We are. Okay. Thank you so much. We are so good on time today. So we are starting 11:45 sharp. Hello, everybody. I'm really happy to see the full house here. I'm Jelena Bojovic. I'm the director of the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution in Serbia, and I'm going to be moderating this panel. It is my pleasure to introduce the speakers and panelists that are sitting together with me. And I'm really happy that it is three ladies, three gentlemen, so it's by chance, but I'm really happy that it shows the example of how we need different profiles, different people to fight for the same thing. And I'm also going to share, before I introduce all of my panelists, that we have here professors of mathematics, physics, engineers, medical doctors, molecular biologists, data scientists, so we are a variety of people, and business persons. So we have variety of expertise here that will help us resolve one issue or help us navigate through one issue of importance, and this is how and for what purposes can we use biomedical data, especially genetic data, in different aspects of our life. What is the most common is we understand that we use biomedical data and genomic data for our own health, but let's talk about today what else and how else we can use it, and what are the preconditions in order to be able to do so. So let me introduce my dear colleagues on my panel, Mr. Peter Goodhand, the CEO of GA4GH. GA4GH is a global alliance for genomics and health, and he's also the president of the company. He's also passionate about fighting cancer, so we'll get back to that as well. Ligia Kornowska, Managing Director of the Polish Hospital Federation and the chairperson of the board of the Data Lake, and she'll explain a bit more later on the Data Lake. She's a medical doctor as well.
Hi, hello.
Miljana Tanic, coming from Serbia, from Institute for Oncology and Radiology of Serbia, a National Cancer Research Center. She's a molecular biologist that got a PhD in Madrid. We have Shadab Khan. Am I saying it right? Okay. Shadab Khan is a healthcare AI researcher. He worked on AI and applied sciences at M42, coming from the Emirates. And last but not least, Ivan Tanasijevic, applied mathematics and theoretical physics from the University of Cambridge, and also someone who's heading our Belgrade office of AI Institute. So welcome all. So I already gave a short introduction of all of my panelists, and I'm gonna be jumping to questions. And there is one more person that is not here that we will also listen to, and then I'm gonna tell you a bit later about her as well. So I'm gonna start with Peter, and this is why. When we are talking about data, one of the things that everybody was telling us here, how it is important to share data, but also understand standards of data. Why are these standards important? How and why can we share them? So the GA4GH is an association that deals with helping all of the countries, including Serbia, how to regulate or how to think about standards of data, especially in the area of genomic data. Can you tell us a bit more about it? How you started, why these standards are important, what do they bring?
Sure. And it's a great privilege to be here, and wonderful start to the meeting. So thank you for inviting me. Global Alliance started back in 2012, didn't actually go public until 2013, 2014. And it really was the reduction in the cost of sequencing at the whole genome level. So there were half a dozen elite institutes in the world that pretty much owned the world of whole genome research. They realized that as the cost was dropping from 100,000 to all the way to 1,000 and less, it would become many, many research institutes, many universities, many hospitals doing genomics at scale. and that if they did not help organize the field in advance, then it would be a tsunami of noise because we wouldn't be able to learn from it, to talk to each other. If we could organize it, we could make it a gold mine, a treasure trove of genomic data. But in order to do that, we'd have to have interoperable standards that would include not only technical standards, but also regulatory and ethics and policy. So from the beginning, it was never about bigger, better genomic research. It was about impacting human health by bringing genomics closer to healthcare. Today, we've got 5 host institutes, including 3 of the originals. So the Broad Institute, the Sanger Institute in the UK, and where I work at the Ontario Institute for Cancer Research in Canada. But we've added EMBL EBI and the Institute of Genomic Medicine at McGill. We're funded through national level funders in those 3 countries. So we would love to have a broader base of staff than just US, UK, and Canada. But they're the countries that are prepared to fund the activity. When we expand it to our volunteers, it's over 400 volunteers from 116 countries working in 8 work streams, developing the standards. There are 40 of them, hundreds, probably thousands of implementations of those standards protocols, 28 driver projects, people with the real world data. And it's increasingly, in the beginning, it was developed more and more standards to achieve the interoperability. In the last 5 years, it's about make the standards easier to implement in all settings, including low resource. Make the standards work better together in order to create solutions. And thirdly, get closer to healthcare. When you take genomic standards from research and get closer to healthcare, it means you've got to work with other standards groups. So ISO, HL7, HL7 Fire, because healthcare standards are already there. We can't change healthcare, we've got to work with them as we move in. And finally, industry will play an increasingly important role. It's about half our membership, but when we talk about genomics in healthcare, healthcare will buy genomic solutions and platforms, pipelines, whereas researchers tend to build their own. So I think the role of industry in bringing standards into healthcare will be critical.
Can I do just a quick follow-up? Because I know how hard it is in Serbia when we are building the electronic health record. We are also building the register of genomic data. How do you, should I say force, or how do you stimulate people to use standards? What do you do about it? How other countries apply standards, and do they approach you? How it works?
So the incentives to use standards are varied. In some places they say if we try and solve it ourselves within our country, within our region, we'll spend the next 2 years arguing about which standard to use and why. Whereas if there's a global standard, we can all point to it and say, here's a global standard, let's agree to use it. So sometimes the motivation is to stop arguing locally. Sometimes the motivation is a lot of people, it's dangerous to go first with something, to be at the very, very front, but nobody wants to be at the back. So I think sometimes in order to accelerate performance, people can say we need to join this regional, national, global effort because we want to be, just the minister's speech this morning, we want to be leading this, not following it all the way. So how can we be a fast follower? Well, that means joining in and helping create the standards and implement them.
Thank you. I think it's a good segue towards Ligia, because you are leading the network of hospitals in Poland. And of course, the data, when we think about data, they're coming from 2 sources. One source is healthcare and provision of healthcare, and the other one is research that we just talked about. But looking at MDs, medical doctors, and hospitals, I believe it's hard to kind of positively stimulate medical doctors to work on standards, set the data, prepare the data for their own use, but also for the secondary use. How do you do it? Do you have policies? I know that you are investing a lot on this, and any trick?
Thank you for that question. So first of all, I would like to start with underlying the importance of data and data sharing for R&D processes. In 21st century, we have evidence-based medicine, so actually not only new technology, but diagnostic and treatment path is based on data, on medical data. And we as a Poland and in Europe in general, I believe, we may be suffering from health data poverty because of the lack of the standards on how to share medical data for R&D, and also when it comes to standardization of this data. So in Poland, part of the medical documentation is standardized, and we have electronic health records. We have ICD-9, ICD-10, its procedures and illnesses. We have national system for e-prescriptions, e-referrals. Most of the hospitals conduct or run medical records electronically. Half of them are connected to our national system P1. So we have something when it comes to quality of the data. Of course, we struggle with data that are put like as a medical note of medical doctors. But when it comes to standards of this kind of data, we have to work on that on European level, on international level, because it won't make a huge change if only one part of the Europe will standardize it, and it will be not interoperable with other countries. The biggest challenge, in my opinion, is actually a framework for data sharing, because we as a Poland under European Union have GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, that actually restrict sharing of medical data, of data that is sensitive, especially when it comes to personal data. So when it comes to personal data and genetic data, because it's hard to talk about anonymization of genetic data, which is like a fingerprint of ours, we have to have patients' consent for sharing this kind of data. When it comes to anonymized data, even if they are anonymized, we have in Poland some special regulations about patients' rights that it's not really very easy to share even anonymized medical data from hospitals to the third party for R&D projects. So when it comes to what are we doing about it, we have some projects on the national level when it comes to sharing medical data, when it comes to gathering genetic data about patients. For example, our medical research agency, this is an agency under Ministry of Health, started this program about digital medical centers, and this is a consortium of hospitals, biobanks, and universities that are actually collecting patients' consents for sharing their medical data from medical documentation, but also their genetic data from the biosamples that are collected in biobanks. So this data can be completed, like from hospital, from biobanks, sometimes from university, and it can be used for R&D projects. We are still running that project. It started just a couple of months ago, but this is a great example how to open access to medical data for R&D, but also how to protect patients' rights to privacy, to ask patients for their consent for sharing data.
Thank you. I think you mentioned something that is very important, the use of data in the different aspects of healthcare, but also for the research and vice versa. But this, I think Miljana can maybe help us a bit more understanding both sides, I would say. On one hand, coming from the Institute for Oncology and Radiology of Serbia, you do have a lot of samples and a lot of genetic data related to cancer and treating cancer, but in the same time, you are a researcher, so you know how to collect data and what you do with them when we are talking about research. And we did a small survey saying that unfortunately, sick people donate their data very easily. Healthy ones don't. So let's talk a bit more about that. You know, how important is the data, both from people that do have already illness or the healthy ones in all of these aspects for personal treatment medicine. It's not only about me, it's about the humanity and how we can help development of personalized medicine.
Yeah, so at the Institute of Oncology and Radiology of Serbia, we are kind of a dual institution. So we do both clinical diagnostics using genomics for the past almost 15 years. And we are generating a lot of genomics data that is consented to be used for research purposes as well. So this is very important aspect, so that every patient that comes into hospital signs an informed consent, both for the material itself and the data that can be reused in a obviously properly ethically approved studies. So the data is there, and like you said, patients are very willing to take part also in research that we are doing. So some of the things that we are also focused on is making kind of investigator-led observational trials mostly that are focused on finding different biomarkers, finding different ways how to maybe detect some of the diseases better. So we are focused a lot on prevention and on follow-up care as well, using this data. But one thing that comes to mind is that the ownership of the data and the samples itself is not highly regulated. It's not regulated in Serbia. It's not regulated worldwide at all. So the data, according to GDRP, which is Serbia is compliant completely with the EU GDRP, the data itself is personal. It is a special kind of data, genetic data, but the source of the data, the biosample, is not regulated. So there is a big distinction how it is regulated in the US, where it is considered to be a property of the hospital, versus Europe and Serbia as well, where it is in the gray zone. So hospitals are kind of guardians of both the sample and the data. But the patient does not have the authority to ask for the sample, to give it away to someone else or to a specific hospital or donate it anywhere else, or the data. The only authority the patient has is to revoke the consent to use this data in research purposes going forward. So everything that was done stays in the public sphere, but it cannot be retracted. And there was a recent case that I like to highlight in US that can have relevance here is all of the data for the healthy people. So genetic data in 23andMe, I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's quite a big US company that is doing healthy people ancestry and health and traits kind of testing, and people are donating their samples for research as well and data as well. But with the shadow of a bankruptcy, it is a really big question, what happens to that data? And that is a huge data lake, basically, that is outside of HIPAA in US, because it is not for medical use. So there are many, many aspects that we need to really think about. But going back to the clinics, I think we're trying to follow all the standards, how the data should be structured and processed, so that when we are doing research studies along with partners from Europe, that we can put in place joint control agreements, material transfer agreements. So everything has to be put in paper, who will have access to the data, how they will be used, for what purpose they will be used.
Okay, thank you. I think it's interesting example that you gave with 23andMe. I think a lot of people are donating their data or giving their samples and then their data in order to get who's my ancestor, you know, am I Italian or French? But they're not that willing giving data, you know, for the purpose of the research, but this is just a thought. But when we are there, Mr. Khan, I just wanted to ask you a question that our conference is AI for Life Biotech Future Forum. So we are thinking and wanting to understand better, and everybody's asking me whenever I go outside, like how we can use AI in healthcare. What kind of data do we need in order to develop AI algorithms? What these algorithms are going to be used for? Can it hurt me? So the question to you is, what kind of data, genetics data, biomedical data, which samples, how big samples need to be, all of these questions that pop out, and how is it going to be used for us, how we can use AI for our health.
So I think I come from the United Arab Emirates, and it's a country where we are running one of the world's largest genomic biobank program called the Emirati Genome Program, with a recorded 700,000 whole genome sequences and counting as of today. They also have set up a health information exchange called Malafi, which aggregates records for over 8 million patients, with roughly 500 million visit records and many other associated electronic medical records from the practice. Malafi system is also beginning to accumulate medical images. So they pull in chest X-rays, MRIs, CTs, ultrasounds from more than 1,000 small clinics and hospitals in Abu Dhabi. But they also have a wastewater surveillance system which pulls in population level data, right? Looking at the kind of environmental toxins and other analytes present in the wastewater data. And if you just zoom out and think about it, there are data sets from molecular scale to population scale that really span different time scales as well. Genomics gives you a singular snapshot that's non-dynamic, but electronic health records are dynamic, and so on. And to answer your question, you really need all of these complementary modalities to really put together the fullest picture that you can about not just an individual's health, but the population health, as well as the environmental effects on these health systems, right? To be able to analyze and then forecast the possible risks that an individual faces. AI has applications in analyzing all of these different modalities, and we ourselves have built foundation models for pretty much all of these modalities, including electronic health records, to do the sort of what-if experiments, right? Counterfactual experiments. What would happen if I were to switch this patient from drug A to drug B, for instance? But we've also built AI models to analyze the genomic data sets, right? Particularly to see if we can identify novel regulatory elements in the genomes. We've also built AI models to be able to reduce the workload for radiologists and so on and so forth, right? But something really interesting happens if you start thinking about what are the possibilities if we could train models that are able to analyze all of these multimodal information. And I'll give one specific example of that. It's known that in most health systems across the world, roughly half of the chronic kidney disease patients had very poor control over their diabetes before they experienced kidney failure. Now, we know that these patients often visit every 3-4 months a facility where their blood markers are recorded. Perhaps they go for an annual eye screen, a retinopathy scan, among others. And if you look at today, the standard is analyzing the electronic health records to come with a risk stratification to figure out who's at an elevated risk of kidney failure. But you really know that there's an opportunity to exploit genomic data in addition to imaging data, right? We know that retinopathy is increasingly a scan where researchers are turning to find biomarkers for, among other things, including neurological disorders, right? So if you had methods to combine complementary information coming from all three modalities, you could perhaps achieve a better risk stratification to forecast who's at an elevated risk of a kidney failure, and then to be able to match these patients with a prevention program. In the UAE, that's roughly a $75,000 per person per year expense. And I'm sure it's not cheaper in most developed or high-income countries across the world. So really, there's opportunity all across the board, all modalities, but I think the greatest opportunity is in building AIs that can analyze all of these modalities together.
Thank you. So we kind of heard that we are talking about using data in research purposes in a variety of fields. We understand that data can and should be used for diagnostics. Combining different type of data can help us in developing AIs that can actually help in radiology, as you mentioned. But I was insisting kind of to bring someone who's working on the development of drugs using AI. So this is why Ivan is here. And I'm really happy to say that this morning I was giving an interview on RTS, and I was talking about what Serbia does and so on. And people were telling me, oh, they were SMSing me saying, It's far from us. It's not a reality. It's, you know, but I'm saying, okay, I'm going to bring Ivan and say, here in Serbia, this is what we do on our AI Institute. And Ivan, can you please share a bit on the projects that are actually AI related and dealing with drug development?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. It really gives me the opportunity to brag about the Institute and everything we do. So the Institute was founded just over 3 years ago, and once we reached a critical mass of people interested in working on healthcare-related projects, we got our own group, and yeah, we're working on plenty of projects, not just healthcare, but also life sciences, as Jelena mentioned, on drug discovery and so on. And before I just get to bragging and listing the projects, I just want to mention that a lot of it was actually made possible only because of a timely digitalization and attempts at centralizing the data. And before I get into the drug development that I personally work on the most, I just want to mention a couple of projects that doesn't relate to drug development per se. So we worked on developing a tool to help radiologists interpret mammography images, something that's already been put to use. And it should be mentioned that a big chunk of it was trained on publicly available data, which is something that, you know, should be insisted upon, that a lot of the data should be publicly available for research, just because of the vast amounts of data that AI actually needs to make sense of just about anything. We had a project on rare disease detection, in particular Fabry disease, that is essentially like a nationwide screening for a rare disease which has really difficult to detect symptoms. And what we're doing is we're literally just reading the textual medical records, and from that we're able to, you know, give a prediction of if a certain patient has this sort of a rare disease. And now on to the drug development projects that I personally work on. It's basically standing on the shoulders of people that you've probably heard just received a Nobel Prize in chemistry, David Baker and the AlphaFold crew. It was made available by these tools that ingested vast amounts of structural molecular biology sort of data, crystallized proteins and so on. So the two projects that we work on that are related to drug development are peptide design, where we're literally using and adapting these sort of tools to design peptides that with a specific kind of drug delivery method could, you know, basically become really potent therapeutics. And the other project that we're working on with a Japanese startup is developing an overall AI framework for small molecule drug development, which again really benefits from a lot of, you know, proprietary data, unfortunately. But yeah, those are the projects. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things that you mentioned is actually helping me introduce the video that we are gonna see. We're talking about Fabry disease, one of the rare diseases, and I guess majority of people do know about the disease, but the disease actually is about multi-organ failure. And it's very hard to diagnose. So people are dying at the age of 45 because of the multi-organ failure, and there is a cure that can help them. It's just the lack of enzyme that you do not have. And I believe that these type of activities and algorithms and tools, I know that maybe there are 15 or maybe 200 people in Serbia that could be diagnosed with this disease. Maybe not for someone, it's not too much, but for that person, it's a lot. So I think this is a good segue towards the video. So I would just like to ask you just to listen to the short video of 2 minutes.
I am Bojana Mirosavljević, an embryologist from Serbia. As an embryologist, my passion is preimplantation genetic testing. and I will explain you why. I lost my daughter Zoya from very rare neurodegenerative Batten disease in 2013. In her honor, since 2015, Zoya's law has existed in Serbia, which enables the diagnosis of rare diseases and genetic anomalies. It has saved more than 4,000 families until today. Zoya's law includes pre-implantation genetic testing. I presented Zoya's law in the European Parliament in Brussels and in the United Nations in New York, as well as over 150 international congresses. Because of PGT, I survived, and I had 2 healthy girls who are not even carriers of the Batten gene. PGT saves lives, and my goal is to improve PGT in Serbia and region. PGT contributes significantly to maternal and newborn health by reducing genetic risks, improving pregnancy outcomes, and addressing ethical dilemmas associated with prenatal diagnostic procedures. Pre-implantation genetic testing plays a crucial role in preventing the transmission of genetic disorder by selecting healthy embryos during IVF. It offers hope to families at risk of passing on rare diseases, allowing them to have healthy children. PGT is a powerful tool to prevent the transmission of rare genetic inherited disease. PGT examines embryos during in vitro fertilization before possible transfer to a woman's uterus for a range of genetic problems that can cause implantation failure, miscarriage, and birth defects. By creating PGT Center, we aim to bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical skills, and Pre-Implantation Genetic Center equips embryologists with specialized knowledge, practical skills, and ethical awareness. By training embryologists, PGT will be more accessible to patients. Special benefit is that PGT analysis is financed by government health insurance fund in Serbia, and is therefore more accessible to the patients. There are not enough trained embryologists who can perform PGT. The establishment of a PGT Center for the education of embryologists will improve the access of patients to this method, all with the goal of increasing the chance of obtaining healthy offspring. PGT Center offers comprehensive training that covers not only technical aspects but also ethical consideration, patient communication, and counseling skill. By combining scientific advancements, patient advocacy, and collaborative efforts, our organization can make lasting impact on the lives of rare disease patients, but also help couples who have a problem with conception to have a healthy offspring.
Thank you. I just wanted to again stress the importance of data sharing, genetic testing, genomic data to save and also diagnose early, identify potential illness that our offsprings might have, and so on. Maybe this is a sad story. Maybe I shouldn't start. Maybe I wasn't supposed to put it here. But it actually brings me to the second round of questions that I wanted to ask. And this is, I wanted for all of my panelists to talk about how what they do influence patients, how we can, with what exactly you do. I want to hear examples of the things that you did through your life and through the work you do to save people. So, and I wanted, I'm now going to ask you, I have to kind of be a bit shorter than we were supposed to have. So can you please, I wanted, one important thing for us is Australia and how they do a screening program in Australia. So if you can also mention that, because one of the things that we want for Serbia to start is DNA screening program. So if you can mention that as well, please, Peter.
Sure. So GFGH itself does not do research or deal with patients. So we have these 28 driver projects, and then from those, they are the ones with including Australian Genomics England, and probably another 5 or 6 communities. So we take the driver projects, and they fall into rare disease or cancer or national precision health initiatives or clinical labs. And we say to them that you're inside the GFGH helping us develop the standards, but you've got others in the world who are in the same, trying to do the same work in the same way. Can you reach out and build a community? One of those communities is National Initiatives Forums. There's probably over 20, probably 25 countries around the world who are doing precision health in their country. Often starts with a healthy cohort program and a reference genome, a Slavic genome, not a North European genome or a African genome. So a cohort, a reference genome, rare disease projects, cancer, and increasingly there'll be polygenic risk scores that are related back to reference genome. So all of those real-world national initiatives in countries, some are doing PGT. Australia's got, and I forget the name of the project, but they did a flat. What Australian Genomics did was different from Genomics England. They did not do a big 100,000 genome study to start. They're a federated country, so healthcare is delivered in 5 states and then their territories. So what they really did is prepare the whole country for the advent and the introduction of genomic medicine using flagship projects to prove the value, the economic value, the societal value, educate the workforce. One of those was on screening. The UK has just announced 100,000 newborn screening. So coming at it not from a prenatal point of view, but from newborn, and by screening everybody using genetics, will we find diseases at the beginning of a child's life, not 45 years old or 25 years old, when it's much more difficult to treat. So I would say that for Serbia, joining in national initiatives, working with things like GDI and Beyond 1 Million Genomes, Genome of Europe, and building things here that will benefit Serbian patients, but learning from things like Australian Genomics and Genomics England, are absolutely the way to go. We're seeing great, rapid evolution of precision health in places like Singapore and Qatar, where they were 5-10 years behind the UK. They've just learned from everything that the UK did wrong and picked up the things that work well. It is much, much easier to bring real patient benefit in a single payer system. So in Canada, where I am, healthcare is delivered in 14 provinces, the provinces and then the territories. So 14 health systems across Canada. Each one's got responsibility for healthcare, but we can do the research and the best practices nationally, but the implementation's got to be in each place, exactly the same as Australia. So I think on a personal level, the whole reason I'm doing this is my first wife died of a rare disease, a cancer, but she outlived her 2 oncologists, and those 2 individuals had about 90% of the world's knowledge of non-functioning islet cell carcinomas 30 years ago, and that knowledge died with them if you didn't read the paper that they'd written. So that gave me a fundamental commitment that knowledge as it's generated should be put in places where it can be shared, it can be accessed, it can be built on. It shouldn't be buried in just the Mayo Clinic. So that's why I do it.
Thank you. Ligia, we mentioned that you are on the board of directors or president of the board of directors of something called the Data Lake Foundation. Can you give us a bit more on why you are doing it and what is it?
Sure. So as a team from Polish Hospital Federation and AI and Innovations in Health Coalition, we tried and struggled to open the access to medical data, to make the knowledge shareable, actually. We actually were inspired by one of the European regulation, Data Governance Act, that is regulation about how every citizen can share their data, not only medical data, for R&D purposes. And we even have this phrase like citizen scientists. So every patient, every citizen can be a part of medicine development. So we started this project, Data Lake and Donate Your Data Foundation, to implement the phrase in Poland about donating their data, the same they do as when it comes to blood donation or organ donation. Maybe it's not the relevant example, but as a blood donation. So we started the whole media campaign with one of the biggest media for patients in Poland, Medonet, and educate people that they can donate their data for the science. They can be they can be a part of data altruism, and they can impact medicine development. And we actually did some kind of projects, like number of projects for now, because it was going on for 2-3 years now. For example, I am really glad that I heard this video about Fabry disease, because we also developed the rare disease patients registry. It's a disease ASMD. This is an ultra-rare disease. And we approach patients to share their consents for sharing their medical data, collect medical data from very different data points, like hospitals, like biobanks, like universities, like primary care entities. And then after collecting this data, even if they are, this is unstructured data, we structure them with the structure that is agreed on with our scientific council for that particular rare disease. And then we use this data for very different purposes, like for writing like medical research papers, or when it comes to this patient's registry, we want to develop AI solution to help diagnose these patients quicker, because for now, like the estimate for diagnosis for this this illness in Poland is like 6 years. So for 6 years, patients don't know what is going on with them. They are going from the one medical specialist to another medical specialist. Another example of our projects is actually the report on diagnostic and treatment path for patients with breast cancer. And both of these projects were supported by top 10 pharma companies like Sanofi or Novartis. So it shows that we can base our work when it comes to R&D on patients' consents. We can respect their rights to privacy and teach all of us that sharing data is very, very important for medicine development. But to do that, we of course needed to have IT infrastructure for collecting these consents. Because like collecting it on papers and giving a patient the option to withdraw this consent, of course, because they have to have a power to withdraw this consent on paper, would be actually impossible. So we developed the whole IT infrastructure, the patient's account, the electronic signatures that allows patients to give this kind of consents and withdraw this kind of consents, and actually check how their data is processed digitally. So I think it was a crucial point in these projects.
I think it's one of the key questions that is popping out in that sense. How me, as the owner of my data, are going to know if someone is using data? I believe that's important for people, and if they would understand how this data is used, they would, I hope, be more willing to share it, especially if it's used in an anonymized way. But I also wanted to talk to Miljana and ask her about Institute for Oncology and Radiology and your work. What kind of, in which areas of healthcare do you believe we can most benefit from data-driven research? Can you give some examples from your work?
Yes, so I'd just like to highlight, perhaps people don't know that Serbia is not really lagging behind any other countries of using genomic data for clinics, basically. So we do have, for the past 10 years, hereditary disease program for breast cancer, ovarian cancer, and colorectal hereditary cancer, which are also rare diseases. Cancer itself is not rare, but the hereditary one is. And we are also using genomics for companion diagnostics. So for all the biological therapies that patients are being prescribed, the initial step is to analyze that sample, whether there is some kind of genetic vulnerability. For ovarian cancer, we are doing BRCA testing for PARP inhibitors. We started off for breast cancer as well. And we also have ongoing collaborations with private sector pharmaceutical companies that are doing pilot assays for testing of novel indications to expand the number of patients that can benefit from these therapies. And I think the biggest progress can be made, but we are not there yet, is the applications of personalized oncology in kind of comprehensive genome profiling. So that N of 1, you have a patient and you can test for every actionable mutation inside of that tumor and select the therapy that is approved for that particular mutation, perhaps in some other cancer type. But for this to be implemented, all of these procedures are, firstly, they're very costly, they're highly complex. So to do one of these kind of tests, it takes a month. You need to have enough patients to put them. You need to have enough personnel that is skilled to analyze these kind of data. You need supportive IT infrastructure to kind of store and process big data. Genomics is not just small numbers. And finally, you need a healthcare system. Luckily, we have a universal healthcare system, which is a good thing, but enough funding in the healthcare system to support all of these drugs, because it would be completely unethical to tell a patient, okay, I can find that your tumor has a specific mutations and there is an approved drug for that mutation, but it costs like 20,000 euros a month and you cannot get it. So that's a catch-22 at the moment, and this is something where we really need to work.
Thank you. I just wanted one follow-up question, a quick one, because we are lacking time. Biobanks. You mentioned the importance of building the biobanks, and your institution is actually working on a project.
Yes, thanks for that. So we are developing a first kind of standardized biobank. So usually the research is done, people are just collecting samples and they're being stowed away in some freezers for 20 years after the study is finished, and this is not why patients are donating the samples. We want them to be used and reused and extract as much more information and generate knowledge from them for the benefit of future patients. And this is why we set up through a multinational European-funded consortium that is led here by Dr. Milena Čavić to set up a real research biobank and try to get it also approved and standardized. So all of these samples can be collected in an organized way. We can have the metadata on them, and we can have the information how they were processed, so that if a researcher wants to use them in the future, they can know if that sample is suitable for the type of analysis they want to do.
I think that one is extremely important, the biobanking in Serbia, but also the legislation to rule how we are going to work with these samples, what's going on, like for the secondary use, who owns it. And I think it's a question for the next time, but we need to talk about that as well, because currently in Serbia we're doing several projects in this area, and it's always an issue about samples and how we get them. So Mr. Khan, we now talk about genetic data, biomedical data. Let me just give you the example of Serbia. We have 11 institutes that are doing genomic sequencing in Serbia. All of these databases are now within these institutes, so they're not centralized. Also, we do not combine this data with the healthcare data. So what I wanted to ask is, like, what is in your experience, you are developing different AI tools, like combination of genomic data and the medical data. What else data do you need in order to get the best results in the development of tools, and what you are currently working on?
Sure. So, as I previously mentioned in my response to the last questions, the data sets really exist at a different time scale, different spatial scale, and so on. And you really need as much of it as you can put together. That's one side of it. The other side of it is that the data sets need to be high quality, right? And this becomes particularly challenging when you start looking at electronic health records and claims, right? EHR, so in our experience, what we've seen is that in the health system of UAE, there are 55 different standards for storing medications. There are 79 different standards for vocabularies for storing prescriptions, lab tests, right? And then for diseases, they have ICD-9 and ICD-10. So it's a really heterogeneous data set. There's no one way of identifying a diabetic patient by simply looking at the disease codes. You really have to go and look at the medication codes and lab results. And that presents quite a lot of challenges because these records are also influenced by what insurers pay for. So for instance, someone might have a disease code for one of the cardiovascular diseases, right? But perhaps it was placed there only so that the insurer would actually pay for lipid profiling of that patient, right? Now, unless you actually work on standardizing the data set to one common standard through which you can then run your analysis, you'll probably end up with a biased result, right?
But can we use AI to help us standardize the data? Can we do, different approach instead of, kind of asking MDs, let's have standards and let's put all of these data in standards. Can we do vice versa, develop tools that can help us standardize
and that's
data?
partly what we did, right? So we built up AI models using particularly natural language processing models that come up with recommendation on what a particular code might mean. And then when the model was not highly confident, such recommendations were reviewed by individuals with medical expertise. And that's the only way you can go about cleaning up such large-scale heterogeneous data sets, right? But the other part of it that I wanted to comment on are the standards are one thing. You also need incentives and policies to make sure that the data going in is right, because you can have a highly standard, completely useless data set, right? As we've seen oftentimes in the cases of claims. And so you have to have the incentives for the hospital staff to actually take their time to document well, right? Copy pasting from previous visit records is a very common problem that we've seen across many different health systems. And you have to have the right policies so you don't see the kind of issues that I described, whereby a code exists simply because the hospital is in a battle with insurer to make sure that their patients can receive the tests and the care that they need. It's really a combination of all of these things that leads you to a high quality data set. And lastly, centralization is one way of going about analyzing and building these data sets. The technologies that we've built have a federated design, and that allows you to not only query what kind of data set is out there across, say, the 11 institutions that you mentioned, but also then to be able to analyze and build models without these data sets ever leading the host institutions. And that's partly designed to make sure that we're compliant with the national regulations in the countries where we operate, and also that we're able to preserve the privacy of the patients whose data sets we are analyzing.
Thank you. The question, why I posed this question was because we do have the data that is like 15 years old, so when we are talking about standards, we are looking at the future, but, it's a waste that we have a data that is there already, but I hope you're going to solve that. Ivane, you are here in Serbia working with the data in Serbia, so as a conclusion, any advice on what kind of data you need, what kind of standards do you need? Do you need standards, or can you make an AI tool that can help us? So any conclusion on that?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. Yeah, as Dr. Khan said, we want all the data that we can get. Always, so yeah, as a ML engineer, data scientist, whatever, we always want more data. Multiomics data is wonderful in drug development for identifying biological targets, entities that are actually druggable, that are causing the disease in a way. So that's one side, and all the structured multiomics data, genomics, proteomics, metabolomics, everything that we can get is playing a major role in drug development. But one thing that I want to highlight is on the other side of the things, where people, when they develop a drug, or even both in academia and in pharmaceutical industry, we are sort of conditioned to always publish the good data. So the successful cases, and a lot of the essays published are of the confirmatory nature, where you only get, for example, 60 molecules tested and 58 of them work. For AI to get good at predictive some sort of biological activity of a molecule, you actually need a range of molecules so that it can understand all the relationship between different structures in the molecules that are causing the activity. So yeah, it's essentially my advice, or what we need to get better at AI and drug development is getting more of screenings out there with a lot of negative examples of molecules that simply don't work, don't do the desired thing, but have been tested.
I think you kind of completely agree with the Mr. Georgiankopoulos, because he said, like, we need a lot of failures in order to gain success. So we need failures in order to reach innovation. So please, if you have any questions, I would be happy to give the mic. We have here, please, can we share the mic, or I can give mine, or one of these? I can give mine.
Great. Hi, I'm Nenad Petkovic. I'm from Amazon Web Services, based out of London. What I hear, a kind of common topic is cloud and storage, right? So question for Peter, probably you suspected that. So how did the cloud kind of helped with genomics and genomics research? Because for example, I worked on newborns project with Genomics England. So it's just very exciting to hear that. And second question, which recommendations would you give to the governments in how to use public cloud, whether that would be AWS or Azure or some third provider?
Even GCP.
Even GCP.
So when we first started, we wrote a white paper in 2013. We were struggling to find any examples of genomics in the cloud. I think we found 3 or 4. NIH in the US actually forbade any of its research data to be in the cloud. Today, it's almost people design with a cloud-first solution. We've seen examples, back to Australia again, where they thought, we'll put the research data in a public cloud, AWS, but we'll keep all the clinical data on-prem in the hospital. When they did the security analysis, they realized that the public cloud had got more security built into it than their hospital system. But the concept of who's controlling it, where is the cloud, so we'll see countries or jurisdictions, they want the cloud to be permanently anchored above their physical boundaries. There's a huge comfort level with it, and I think we have one of our work streams is entirely focused on developing cloud solutions, so workflow execution tasks, DRS, the data repository service. It's becoming a huge enabler. And the other things that are happening in big cloud-based genomic data sharing is we've shifted from data download, bring the data to me and work on my thing, to data visiting. You go to the data, you create a trusted research environment, and you go to that and you behave according to their rules, and the cloud environment sets the rules, whether it's a private or a public. And then the last thing is this concept of federation. If I got a really important project, why would I go to each one of those 11 cloud repositories or individually, as opposed to be able to launch a query that discovers that 7 of the 11 have the data I want, and then start analyzing it using standard methods. So I think that the whole of genomics has shifted to a cloud-based solution. Your company and the others have played a huge role in helping us develop standards. And I think the concept of data stewardship, people using the data wisely and making it available to many, is the way genomic data sharing is going. And AI has got this huge, huge role, but primarily on the messy, noisy health data, which is where which we need to combine with the genomic data. So, there you go.
Thank you. I'm now stealing the mic from my panelists. So I think we had a few more questions. Can you bring it over there and then in the back? So first over there, please.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, okay, this is loud.
I'm going to get to you then.
I'm Mariana. I'm a molecular biologist, and I have question for specifically Mr. Ivan, but it's connected to the story of Dr. Miljanam. Well, you already use pharmacogenetics in developing new drugs. So would it be possible to use that data vice versa? So to deduce So, as she said, in the development of personal medicine, so if you already target biomarkers on genome to make a drug, can that data be shared with national institutes, hospitals, so that they can use it to find, so basically to include it in the pipeline to find a better drug?
Yeah, great question. Yes, people are working on that at the moment. I don't know of any successful results on that yet, but yeah, you know, essentially with this sort of trained AI, you can put in a known drug and genomic data, specific genomic data to that patient, and get an adaptation of the drug that works better. So whether it's because a protein got a slightly different structure or something more high level than that, as long as we have a lot of this data on how treatments are affecting patients and related to their genetic markup, we can work on these things. But as of right now, I don't know of any solutions that are already implemented, and it's a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Can I clarify? Just one point. I think I want to highlight the role that machine learning AI have in the whole drug discovery pipeline. So the first part where you are discovering the potential vulnerabilities, cellular vulnerabilities, genetic vulnerabilities, this is the place where AI can help a lot as a useful tool, and in the discovery of small molecules, like he was saying. But the other part of the pipeline, which is clinical demonstration of safety, utility, efficacy, and everything else, that is unfortunately the biggest bottleneck, and this is the place where we really need to become. We've shown with the COVID we can do it. When there's a will, there is a way. So without enough funding to do these kind of things, these processes can be shortened, but that is the biggest bottleneck.
Thank you. Some ideas are popping now. Please.
Yes, thank you. Milena Čavić from the Institute for Oncology and Radiology of Serbia. Thank you for a great panel. Dr. Goodhand, thank you for your crucial, beautiful insights. I have a short question for Dr. Khan. So we've touched upon the data ownership and who is the owner of the data. So what about AI-derived data? This will be something that's a level up, right? So how will we solve that? Is it the company who produces the data? Is it the patient? Is it the hospital that provided them? We have 3 levels of complications, I think. And for Dr. Tanasiewicz, have you tried working with synthetic patients, maybe? Some projects with that, and will it further complicate things? What do you think, or will it ease the way of screening and breakthrough?
Okay. So, yeah, thank you for asking that question. I think when we think about issues surrounding who owns the data and what happens when AI produces some data, right? There's usually a bioethical perspective to it, and the second one is legal. And oftentimes, the legal perspective could be local to the country that we're operating in, but there could be international laws that apply as well. For instance, even in the UAE, if we are storing and processing any European national data, that would be under the purview of the GDPR regulation. So that comes with its own specific requirements on how that data can be stored, processed, and analyzed, right? When it comes to AI-derived data, I'm not sure if I have an exact answer on who owns that. In some cases, you could build AI models that are capable of reproducing individual data points with a very high fidelity. And we've seen that the model developers in such cases have been sued by the individuals whose data sets were compromised. There are privacy-preserving mechanisms such as differential privacy and others to go about it. But oftentimes, there comes an accuracy and fidelity trade-off that you then have to deal with, right? Personally, I'm not a believer in synthetic data for electronic health records. These are extremely high-dimensional data sets, and the kind of sample size requirements they impose on being able to model particularly less frequently present disease codes and other such properties in the data, we simply don't have that data at that scale. We're talking about 10,000 variations of diseases, and again, thousands of variations of lab tests and medication records and free text notes and so on. Yeah, I think that answers the first part of your question. The second one is for...
Should we include it in the ICF in the future discussion about AI? Ownership of, because it's a completely different set of data, right? And the patient has a right to know.
Right. Perhaps. Yeah.
Honestly, just to piggyback on that, I would keep synthetic data always separate. For numerous reasons, but for one, it's always good to keep track of it. So I just need a bit of clarification from your question. Do you mean synthetic patient? I'm not familiar with the term. Is that like a digital twin of, or, yeah?
Yeah, it's a completely new technology tool that we will be using, practically mimicking what's going on in the real world, but not using real patients. As it's something we've heard about this year. I don't know how much familiar you are with it.
So I've heard of companies that do that. Not a lot about it in the academia. It's simply a really complex network and a really sensitive one. So we are going towards it, but then again, there isn't a lot of data about each specific interactions, protein-protein interaction networks and so on. People are working on that, and there are huge breakthroughs every year. And I know I'm here to tell you that it's not sci-fi, but some of these things are maybe a year away or so on.
Yes, Serbia wants to be a leader, right? So
absolutely, yeah. But I think worldwide, the whole concept is, maybe a year away.
So it's actually not a sci-fi, because in the United States there is a company, American company, that conduct clinical research with a control group that consists of digital patients that are like digital twins of the patients that actually get a drug. So it's not a sci-fi, it's already going on. In such cases, of course, these patients have to give consents, but if we are talking about synthetic data that are created based on anonymized data, if you use anonymized data, you don't need patients' consent for doing that.
Very interesting question. I asked that question to Mr. Yankopoulos, and he told me the digital people cannot change the real people. So I think his answer is let's stick with the real people. But who knows? We had only one more question. I'm sorry, we have over here one question, and then we are gonna finish. I'm sorry, we are late already. So please, one more.
Hello, my name is Nada Milovic. I finished law here. So just a comment, because I see that in all of this discussion, I think that lawyers should be included, because a lot of questions people want to know, their protection of their data. So it's my advice next time to
bring one lawyer here.
because people have questions. And regarding AI, still they cannot be holders of any information like owners. So it is the institution who holds the
data,
ownership, yes, of the data still. Okay, that's all. So include lawyers.
Okay, maybe we can discuss this a bit more. I'm really passionate about legislation, but
just a second. A law on data protection. You have now PhD on law university, so you have people who are skilled to respond and are professors also.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we want to conclude this. I want a big applause for my panelists. Thank you, everybody. And thank you all for being patient. I noticed only one person leaving, so this is good. Thank you so much.
If you enjoyed this music, don't forget to give us a like and subscribe for more AI-generated tracks.
course, I was asking just what's wrong. You look like you need a break after the break, maybe too many burgers.
No, I didn't have too many burgers. I was speaking to way too many people, making new friends, unlike some.
Fit as a microbe and not necessarily under the conditions that are optimal in order to enhance the growth the most. And so what we want to do is change this. So to use the capabilities of the plant or the microbes to process information respond to different signals that are necessary to turn on a trait, have that information processed by circuitry inside of the cell, and then turn on which genes are necessary time where they need to be used. So I'll give you an example where being able to understand and manipulate circuits in cells is important for a particular application. This is a problem that we've been working on for several decades, where in agriculture, nitrogen fertilizer is a major energy sink. So about half of the energy that's used in many crops, 30% for corn, comes just from making the nitrogen that's required in order to make that plant grow. And it's responsible for about a half of the greenhouse gases that are produced, just that one input. And most of the fertilizer that's made in the world is made in these synthetic factories that use a lot of energy and produce a lot of greenhouse gases via the Haber-Bosch process. Now, this could be completely replaced with natural bacteria, where many bacteria are able to fix nitrogen, to take the nitrogen out of air and produce it in a form that could be taken up by the plant. The problem is if you mix those bacteria with many of the crops that we consume, like corn, the bacteria keep those genes that fix nitrogen very firmly off. So whether you use a little bit of synthetic nitrogen or if you just consider the environment of the root, the bacteria, even though they have this natural capacity, don't want to be able to turn it on. And so we started a company about 15 years ago where their idea was to go into these natural bacteria and basically rip out all of the native circuitry so that the bacteria just are always producing this function. They're always producing ammonia that then gets taken up by the plant. And this product has grown very quickly. It's used on 5 million acres in the US, which is about the size of Denmark over in Europe. And it replaces 40 pounds per acre, which is about 20% of fertilizer needs. And it does it with 97% fewer greenhouse gases. The product that we use is actually two strains where we basically did the same thing to both strains, where we ripped out this ability to turn off the nitrogen fixation genes. And as a result of that, because it requires so much energy and materials for the cells to perform this function, they don't survive very long in the environment. So after 4 or 5 weeks, the bacteria die and no longer provide this function to the plant. And so in this case, we're just ripping out the circuitry and not replacing it with anything. And that's sort of like if you come home and get out of your car, if you had no way to turn off the engine and just set it to run in circles, it would very quickly run out of gas. You would wear out the engine very rapidly and the car just wouldn't last as long. It's the same thing with these bacteria. Without any circuitry controlling when the pathway should be on or off, the bacteria have no way to be able to conserve the energy that's required when it's not needed. And so we've started in the lab to look at how we can control these functions using very simple sensors and circuits. So for example, if instead of just making it so that the nitrogen is produced all of the time, what we can do is have a sensor where we can take a genetically modified plant that's been engineered to release certain compounds out of its roots that are then sensed by the bacteria. And only in the presence of these compounds that are released from the roots do the bacteria turn on the nitrogen fixation genes. So if they're out in the soil far from the plant, they keep it off and they can survive. And only if they're close to the plant do they turn it on. We also put a safety switch that allows the cells to control and multiply when they're close to the plant. And so it's both a combination of making sure that they're close in order to deliver the nitrogen, but when they're further out, even though they survive, they don't divide in the same way, and so they don't persist in the environment. And you can see on the right The bacteria are throughout the plate, and this is where we have a sensor that is responding to one of these small molecules from the root. You can see the roots coming down. And only when they're at the right spot in the root where this molecule is being produced do they light up. In this case, we attach it to a pathway that produces light so that we can visualize the bacteria when they turn on. So this is an example of a very simple sensor that's being used to control when the pathway is turned on. So it's controlled when we want it to turn on and not when it was naturally controlled. You can also put circuitry that allows for functions that we were trying to achieve in other ways to occur. So one thing, because each of those species consumes different molecules in the soil that are being produced by the plant, and so that allows, even though theoretically they have the same function, because they adhere to different parts of the root and consume different carbon sources, they have a synergistic effect when used together. And we can recreate that in a single bacterium, which is easier to apply to the seed, using a simple genetic circuit where when we trigger the circuit, it takes cells that are not turning on any pathway, so neither the green nor the red pathways are turned on. But when we make this molecule, it then randomly switches the cells either to produce the red or green molecules underneath, visualizing it in the movie, and then when you induce it, you then turn on either one stochastically. And so we showed that when you coat the seed with the undifferentiated cells, they stay undifferentiated. The plant grows, they coat the root, they're still in that state where they're not turning on any particular pathway, and that conserves energy for the cells. And then when we water the plants with a molecule that triggers this differentiation, the bacteria randomly go into these different states. And you can see in the images in the bottom right, on the left, you have the undifferentiated bacteria that are coating the root. And then when we feed the bacteria this particular small molecule, they then inhibit the cell in some. People started realizing that you could encode logic So in 1962, you had on different switches, essentially, you can control that electron flow so that it only turns on in the right combination of inputs. And then once you had that as a circuit, it could be miniaturized, and you started to get microprocessors. And then from there, we're able to really rapidly scale up the types of computing that you can do, going up to that AI woman, I think, at the beginning of this presentation, which would have been impossible to conceive of. And the first transistor was only less than 100 years ago. So it's pretty rapid scale up once you come up with the right way to do it. And so we had to find some way that we could take the basic components that we were using to combine different types of computing inside a cell. And we don't have access to electrons, so we had to define some other way to do it. So that we could connect sensors, for example, that respond to different signals in a generic way to circuitry that could then be connected to either functions or the ability to communicate between cells. And so what we ended up deciding to do, if you look at the bottom left here, so this is how a sensor works, where a gene is turned on and a protein is produced, and that shuts off a promoter so that you don't get any gene turned on downstream. And then if you have the signal present, it then causes that protein to be removed from the promoter, and that starts RNA polymerase to transit along the DNA. And so it's that flux of RNA polymerase that we chose to be our electron in the circuit. So instead of electron flow that would be adjusted in order to create a particular computational operation, we're using RNA polymerase. And so if we have a simple sensor, as we turn on the signal, that flux of RNA polymerase turns on. We can have another type of sensor that receives a signal from another cell. And so now you have the input that's going into that cell that is in terms of RNA polymerase per second. And then at the output, which is in the next neighboring cell, then also is in RNA polymerases per second. And so we get a flow of RNA polymerase that is that communication signal that then makes it easy to connect. So you could take the sensor on the left and connect it with the communication signal on the right, just by having the promoter that is the output of the sensor be the input to the sending signal that then gets received ultimately by the other sensor. And so you can get that just by connecting these two graphs. So we then had to build logic gates, and we decided to focus on simple NOR and NOT gates. These were how early computers were constructed. So if you take the Apollo 11 computers that took us to the moon, it required about 5,000 NOR gates that were connected, and only NOR gates. And you can build them very simply out of DNA using this paradigm of RNA polymerases being the way that the signal is being carried. So in the case of a NOT gate, the output has the opposite of the input. And so if you have an RNA polymerase going across the boundary of the NOT gate, it produces a repressor that then turns off the RNA polymerase flux from the output. And then you can convert that to a NOR gate just by having two inputs that both produce the repressor that then shut off the output, so that if either of the inputs is on, the output is off. And this function, this NOR gate, is sufficient to build anything that you see on computers. So just with NOR gates, you can create any circuit. And so it's referred to as a universal type of logic gate. And when we want to build a particular circuit, there might be an electronic circuit diagram like what I'm showing here, very simple. And so it becomes then mapping this to a DNA sequence where you have two repressors for each NOR gate, and then the promoters and the pattern of the promoters in the DNA is what creates this particular wiring diagram, where the blue, for example, goes into both of the NOR gates. And so you have a blue promoter here, and this one should be as well. And so for a long time, we were building very simple gates in this way. This is where we took these basic components and put them together and created an edge detector. And this combined a light sensor. It actually responds to the dark, a communication signal that then is received and processed with the NOT gate at a promoter that then turns on a black pigment. You then synthesize this piece of DNA, put it inside of the cell, and then when you plate those cells and shine an image on them, they're able to perform that computational function. Now, for many years, we were doing this manually, and this is equivalent to the way that the early integrated circuits were built. These are some engineers in 1970 that were doing it by hand, and this is very much the way in which genetic circuits have largely been designed and constructed to date. And it wasn't until the early 1980s that you really had to scale up in the circuit design. And this was done by converting the manual type of circuit construction that people were doing into an automated version, where you could write the circuit that you wanted using a language, and then software mapped the circuit to a particular chip type. And this is where you have companies like Cadence that still exist that are critical for circuit design. And this completely scaled up and transformed the way that these circuits were being constructed, and importantly allowed us to build integrated circuits that are far more complex than what a human could design by hand. So what we did is we then took this concept and literally used the same language that was used for electronic circuit design, but we created the software package Cello that would then take a desired organism that we had designed circuits for, and then put it together instead of an electronic circuit to a DNA sequence that could then be constructed, put into cells, and then the cells would run that circuit. And so if the way it works is you have a high-level language in Verilog. It then compiles the circuit diagram, takes the different gates, puts it together, assembles the DNA sequence that can then be constructed. And we had to build circuits that were very reliable. A matter of throwing together the different regulators. Over the last 15 or 20 years, we've been optimizing these circuits so that they can operate in the cell. They're interconnectable. They always function the way that they're expected, and so on. And that is also very critical to getting the large designs that are required. So here's just a couple quick examples of circuits that we've constructed. So this one is a circuit that runs a calculator LCD screen that we recoded in Cello, required about 70,000 base pairs of DNA. And when you synthesize that DNA, put it into cells and plate the cells, then E. coli, which normally lives in your gut, performs those computational functions. We more recently, just a couple of weeks ago, published a much larger circuit. This is a hash algorithm that was developed at MIT in the early 90s and underlies Bitcoin. And it's a cryptographic algorithm. We had the Verilog file for this, and then we could run it through Cello and see if we could design it for cells. The problem is that when you create that design, it has 110 logic gates, so it's a very large circuit to put in individual cells. So we decided to use the communication modules in order to divide the circuit up so that each cell performs a part of the overall computation, and then they communicate to create the overall algorithm. So we have 4 different small molecules that don't interfere with each other that can be used for cells to communicate with each other. So this is the 110 logic gates. We developed algorithms that could take the maximum gates that'll fit in the cell, that consider the 4 communication channels that we have, and it goes through a computational process to then divide up this circuit so that you could then put individual circuits inside cells. So each of these colored regions are the circuits that are in a specific cell, and then the colored lines between them are the ways in which they're communicating. So building the complete MD5 algorithm required 1.1 megabases of DNA, so the size of a small genome, and involves 66 communicating cells with up to about 40,000 base pairs of DNA in a single cell. So the scale of this design and building this circuit is huge and wouldn't be possible if we didn't have reliable parts to put together and then the software to put them together and manage a project of this size. So we built this circuit, and this is just a fancy way of showing that it works. All of the cells are represented by the data on the left, and they're all performing the function as expected, and that information is shown on the right, showing that all the circuits within this cryptographic algorithm are performing as expected. So just to conclude, on the left, we have the scale up of circuits that have been happening since the first integrated circuits were constructed. This is known as Moore's law, which is considering the number of transistors per chip and how it's exponentially growing and doubling every 2 years. This has led to the internet, Bitcoin, cryptography, artificial intelligence, things that would have been impossible to even really imagine fully in 1970, much less being able to get to these points in 40 or 50 years. On the right, you see how we've been getting better at the circuits that we've been putting inside cells, where the edge detector in 2009 was one of the simplest circuits we built. Then we developed Cello, which was published in 2016, and that allowed us to scale up the circuits considerably with the LCD display and now the MD5 algorithm, and that's doubling every 3.6 years. But if you take this growth and map it to the graph on the left, we're still in the very early days of really using the capability of biology to do computing. It's not that we imagine a future where we're competing with electronic circuits and computers, but rather as we unlock that ability to reprogram cells, we unlock the ability of what biology is able to do, whether it be build complex materials, showing the sensor system in a mosquito and the human brain. All of that requires circuitry to build and is encoded in the DNA using circuits similar to the ones that we've constructed. So we developed a company, Asimov, to fully utilize and envision this future. So they've taken some of the computer-aided design components they call Cello now kernel, and have developed circuits for many different human and mammalian cell types, largely focused currently on biologics production using circuitry, but also using it to do things like give therapies the ability to identify which organ they're inside of a body, where they use information from sensors that they can then integrate using circuitry in order to, say, detect that they're in the heart or in some other organ as well. And we have field-leading circuitry that can do that. So with that, I will thank the lab, and I'm happy to take any questions if that's possible.
Thank you. Let's see if we have any questions in the hall. Yeah, there's one question there. Can we get the microphone?
Your talk was very impressive. I have 3 short questions. Question number 1, can you perform reverse engineering? So if I give you a cell with its genome, histone modifications, methylation, etc., gene expression profiles, can you draw circuitry of that cell? If the answer to that question is positive, can you perform comparative analysis of cancer cells versus healthy cells? And the question number 3 is not so serious, but you were probably asked that question. Did you read the book Blood Music by Greg Bear?
Okay. So the first question is to, can somebody turn off? I'm getting a lot of reverb from somewhere. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Still happening. Okay, there we go. So the first question, can we do this in sort of a reverse engineering way? And the answer is a qualified no. People have used the circuit analogy to describe certain sub-features inside of the cell. So they might see a couple proteins interacting and say that looks like an AND gate. But in terms of the reason it works in the forward direction is that we only use circuits that we've constructed that are designed to be fully understood and interconnectable. And that's not how biology works. It's much more bubblegum and sticks, a combination of many different redundant features. So you've got protein interactions, protein DNA interactions, RNA computing, RNA processing, small molecules. The whole thing kind of comes together into a dog's lunch that becomes that computing capability. So the whole reason our approach works is because we get rid of all of those interactions that we don't understand or are hard to predict, and we only focus on those interactions that we fully understand and have mapped out, and then the software works for that. So in terms of being able to differentiate what's happening in cancer or healthy cells, we don't have that capability. Where we would be valuable in terms of cancer therapies would be reprogramming immunotherapies, for example, CAR T cells and other cell types, where instead of looking for a single signal, they would be able to integrate many.
Well, I believe did we lose the connection or what? If so, because we are a little bit late, I have to thank Dr. Voigt for sharing his pioneering work with us. It was a great privilege to have him on the Biotech Future Forum. Now it is my pleasure. We can have an applause, maybe, even if he doesn't hear us. You never know. Now it is my pleasure to introduce one of the visionary leaders in the field of biotechnology. Dr. Nenad Tomašević is the co-founder and CEO of Dren Bio, a company at the forefront developing groundbreaking antibody therapies to combat cancer and autoimmune diseases. Dr. Tomašević has led pioneering research that bridges innovation in healthcare. Today, he will share his insights into the future of therapeutic antibodies and their role in transforming modern medicine. Please welcome Dr. Nenad Tomašević to the stage.
I hope you can hear me well. It's definitely a great pleasure to be here at home. I was educated in this country, and I'm very, very happy to be here. Thank you, Jelena, for inviting me, Nenad and others. Today I'll introduce Dren Bio. This is a company that was incorporated about 5 years ago. And for those of Serbian origin, you know what Dren means. And we can start with the first slide, probably. 30 seconds, okay. So anyway, what is attractive about Dren that both technologies that we have invented at Dren, we actually discovered them, we put our patents in place, and also we didn't in-license anything from academia. Major focus of Dren is go identify something that's causing a disease and try to eliminate that particular agent. It could be a cell, but it doesn't have to be a cell. It could be a protein aggregate, and could be something else that's causing a disease like a virus or so. So we, perfect. So on the left is shown actually our first program that is currently clinically validated. It is an antibody that binds to a particular subset of cytotoxic cells and it depletes them. So what is attractive about mechanism of action is actually that is attacking cytotoxic cells, so cells that can kill other cells, and it's causing fratricides. That means actually in this case, leukemic cells or lymphoma cells killing lymphoma cells. That was our idea about 5 years ago. Now we dosed more than 50 patients with these horrible diseases, and we see very, very robust activities. So originally we started with lymphoma and leukemia of cytotoxic cells, and we got excellent results. We got also very good safety because this is a very selective depletion of cells that are causing disease, and that enabled us to go into other diseases like autoimmune diseases, for instance, where these kind of cells cause issues. On the right, we're also showing something else that we have developed at DRAN from scratch. This is a new platform called myeloid engager, which is targeted, and phagocytosis, which is also targeted. And why I'm saying targeted, because there are lots of other molecules affecting myeloid cells which are not targeted. They are just boosting myeloid cells to energize them. Here, we develop bispecific antibodies, and George today explained bispecific antibodies. But we are not going after T cells, we are going after phagocytic cells that do engulfment. So our bispecific will literally engulf tumor or something else that's causing a disease. And it's very gentle, but it's very powerful. So it does have processive activity. One macrophage, shown on the blue on the right, could engulf multiple tumor cells, and it doesn't stop until it's done. So we have one molecule already, one bispecific antibody already in clinic. So this platform is validated in patients. And we also have lots of other molecules in development. And some of them are already partnered with big pharma, with Pfizer and Novartis. So this is progressing very well. As I mentioned, DRAN is a rather new company. We started 2019, right before COVID started. Within 1 year, we have already selected
Hello everyone, welcome back to the biotech stage at the Biotech Future Forum. As you know, I'm Elena, your host for today's panel, Sowing the Seeds of Sustainability, focused on how biotech innovations are driving sustainability. Please welcome our esteemed moderator, Professor Vladimir Crnojević. Now, let the conversation begin.
Is it? Okay, good. We don't have any more communication with Elena. We can take over from here. Good. Welcome, everyone. We are a little bit late, but we will try to make it interesting and not to go beyond time. This is the panel Sowing the Seed of Sustainability, as you know from the... Let me just... difficult without the glasses. Sowing the seeds of sustainability, and as you could see from the program, who are the panelists today, I will present them briefly, read their names, but they will have a chance to say a few words about themselves. I'm director of Biosense Institute, R&D Institute for Information Technology in Biosystems from Serbia, and I have a pleasure that I lead the panel with distinguished guests. Let's go in this order. So, Ala Voldman-Rancer, Vice President of Strategy and Policy, Good Food Institute, Israel. Dr. Karim Engelmark-Kasimje, is it good? Huh? Almost there. CEO and co-founder of Enginzyme, Sweden. Purushottam Kaushik, okay. Head Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, India, so colleague from the hosting institution here, and Catherine N. Foster with multiple affiliations in CV, shortly EIT Food Global Ambassador of, and EIT Food World Economic Forum Fellow. So the concept of this panel that we thought of is that I will give a short presentation of a few slides as a motivation for sustainability, and then we will go into the topic to see from the expertise from our panelists here from different fields. It's all related to agri-food sector. To see how we look currently at the processes, global processes related to sustainable development. So unfortunately, this PowerPoint is covered by us, but there is no text. Those are just a few pictures, and I hope that will be enough. So we have a situation that has been posed some years ago, but it's still valid. Don't bother, they can see that. That the population is growing, and we want to take care of everyone. You can see that the death rate in the newborn child is really getting to zero compared to something that was 100 years ago. It's not to be compared. At the same time, the footprint, ecological footprint that people are making on the planet is getting worse and worse every day. And we, with our colleagues from the medical parts, they work hard to make people live longer and longer. So the consequence of that is that soon we will have 10 billion people, and with the growth models from Africa and India and other regions of the global south, for sure we can say that it's going to be quick development. And this will need to cover 70% of the increase of the food production today with however we know to do it. We believe here that those are new technologies that we can exploit, and we are going to talk about that. This is something that I took from Sapiens, book of Noah Yuval Harari, that the essence of agriculture is the ability to keep more people alive under the worst conditions. So this is what it is all about, and the global effort to do that is the strategy of Sustainable Development Goals adopted by United Nations in 2015 with the idea to mobilize a global community, so all the people on the planet, to jointly work on these 17 goals in order to achieve the targets set until 2030. Unfortunately, we are now 6 years until 2030, and the fulfillment of these goals here is very, very modest. I wanted to say miserable, but it's nicer word to say modest. And now it's really a time for all of us to think where we are going. So for this topic that we are talking about here, there are multiple of these goals that we tackle. Poverty, hunger, good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, responsible consumption and production. Of course, behind is climate change, which is one of the hottest topics currently, and it will be related to what we are going to talk today. Life under the water, life on land, and basically others are also touched, because there is not a single that is not affected by the topic that we are having today. But just as an idea, this is my story and the vision of AI and current high tech that can help us to do this. This is some interesting picture about the vision of digital agriculture, where all the bits and pieces of, let's say, traditional agricultural production, including the enclosing ecosystem, is becoming the source of data. So instead of the good old farmer John, we have today a process that is generating enormous amounts of data. So if we start from soil, and today not only chemical analysis, but biological analysis and microbiome and DNA from soil, it's opening completely new perspective. Also for food production. Also, if you look at the plants today with genetic engineering and AI applications, we have a really completely different view on the breeding compared to something that we had, let's say, 30 or 40 years ago. Also, animal production, something that is very much tied to climate change and other effects that we are facing today, is becoming digital. And apart from the living world, there are a lot of technologies that are today available, like smart machines that can generate data and consume data, robotics, drones, satellites, something that is already in use in food production every day. But what is the common thing for all these parts, including the ecosystem, is that it's all now data-driven, data-based. And all this data, including genetic data, ends up in one place. We called it cloud. It's still called cloud, but I think that AI is the magic word that now changes everything. So we are coming to a point where the food production is becoming the digital high-tech process today. And from all this picture, we are coming to a point where by collecting all this data, we get to this, that the border between the bio and digital is getting smaller and smaller. And probably that is a good intro for the name of this event, AI for Life, and to see how these technologies that are getting closer and closer today, how do they influence our life on this planet, and how do they reflect to sustainable development goals that we have as a common denominator for the whole planet, not just a few people. So the idea is that we start in this order and to hear from our panelists within the context of UN framework for sustainable development goals, to tell us a bit about themselves, experience, and how their activities fit into this context. What are the most interesting goals for you, and how do you see the whole process? So.
Thank you. Thanks, Vladimir, and thanks for everyone that still are awake after lunch. So maybe I'll start with a short introduction of the Good Food Institute, GFI. We are a not-for-profit international network of organizations that are working to promote alternative proteins as part of the global food systems. And by referring to alternative proteins, I mean the array of technologies that are meant to develop food products that are more sustainable and resource efficient. This means plant-based products, making meat, poultry, fish out of plants. It refers to cultivated technologies where we take a sample of cells and grow within bioreactors to biomass, which is identical to genuine meat, and fermentation technologies that utilize the power of microorganisms, algae, fungi, and different bacteria to produce animal protein or other food ingredients. And this entire umbrella of technologies is a much more sustainable and resource-efficient way of making meat. From an SDG perspective, it directly impacts 9 out of the 17 goals. Just looking firstly on the climate, which I'm hiding here, alternative proteins emit between 30 to 90% less greenhouse gas emission than conventional animal agriculture. It uses almost 80 to 90% less land. By the way, land deforestation is caused, #1, by animal agriculture. And it uses much less natural fresh water resources, doesn't use antibiotics. There's the poverty element. So just in terms of conversion rate, it takes 9 calories fed to a chicken to get just 1 calorie of food back. And chicken is actually the most efficient animal in making food for humans. When you use plant-based, you take 100% of what you grow, you can eat. So assuming our goal to feed the growing population and the fact that, yes, we haven't done enough, and what we have done is really unbalanced globally, utilizing those technologies can really help reduce poverty. And this is just maybe some of the most significant SDGs. Yeah, maybe I'll stop now. And
before you give the floor to Karim, I have one comment to the general audience. So probably most of you know that, but just in case that some people don't know, the emission of the cow that we all love so much. Beef is getting, we just discussed this as a preparation for this panel. In Serbia, people didn't eat beef 20 years ago, maybe some stew or something. We are a pork nation. Now, in every restaurant, if you don't have on the menu Angus, dry age, or something, you don't go into that restaurant. So basically, the emission, the methane that is along with CO2, the primary cause of ozone layer destruction, is a direct consequence of that. And we have what Good Food Institute is doing is exactly along these lines to try to tackle this. But I was told the other thing, this is the trick question, I didn't prepare you for this. I was told recently that there are energy problems with the idea of lab-grown meat, that you have to heat everything to 37, 38 degrees. And if you want to heat all the meat on the planet, there is not enough energy for that. What would be a sustainable response to that?
You are right. So if you refer to the specific technology of cultivated meat, CE Delft, the research institute in the US, has done a technology, a life cycle analysis, and all the benefits from specifically cultivated meat will probably come by using renewable energy. So until then, probably the more efficient, energy efficient technologies are in the area of plant-based and fermentation.
So in the end, it all boils down to the energy. So we will see how to the end of the panel. Karim, tell us about yourself, what you're doing, and how do you fit into SDG with your activities?
Thank you very much for having me on this panel and for inviting me. And yeah, I live in Stockholm, Sweden. I'm CEO of a company called Enzyme. What we do is to green the chemical industry. So in order for me to try to explain what we do, I have a challenge for you. I want you to find one thing in this room that does not come from the chemical industry in any shape or form. Let me know if you find something. Air. The air? Maybe. I can tell you that your bodies, 40% or 50% of the nitrogen in your bodies come from fertilizer and ultimately from the Haber-Bosch process. It's a 5 trillion euro industry. So it's a pivot, it's a fundamental pillar of how we live. And the way all these products are being done, the paint on the wall, the paint on your clothes, the food you eat, it's usually made by taking fossil starting materials, converting them into a product using something called catalysis. So you need to do something, you need to add some compound that catalyzes this transformation from the starting materials to products. And it also requires high amounts of heat, energy, and it produces lots and lots of waste, more waste than product usually. Another catalyst in nature are enzymes. Enzymes are catalysts. So, and enzymes use less energy. They can be used on bio-based starting materials, and they don't produce hardly any waste at all, usually. So what Enzyme does, in a nutshell, is to enable the use of enzymes in chemical production. That includes also food, it includes wastewater treatment, etc., etc. So Enzyme is enabling the industry, however slow it wants to change, to save money because energy is a cost. Waste is also a cost, but to do this in a more green and sustainable way. So in terms of these sustainability goals, mostly on the number 12, but I would say we also fit in a bunch of the other ones as well. It's a very, very important thing. And something that many people don't always think about when you live your lives is what's behind the scenes when you put on your clothes in the morning or use your toothpaste. It's something that is really, really important. And how does AI fit into this? Well, those enzymes that we use, we can improve them and engineer them. We are, and we're doing that with artificial intelligence and machine learning. So without getting too deep into that, it's lots of data, lots of engineering that AI is super helpful for. So thank you.
Are you using AI already regularly, or it's something that you expect to be exploited?
No, we use it regularly, and it enables us to be faster. So my team is probably a tenth of the size of an engineering team of any given chemical company, but we're 10 times faster just because we use AI and machine learning. So yeah, we use it already. We've been doing that for a couple of years.
Okay, can you, this is just my curiosity, one example for AI that you do in an everyday practice?
So we want to make the enzymes reusable. We want to make sure that they can be used over and over again to lower the cost. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for a big company to use the enzyme. So in order for an enzyme to be more stable, we need to change the sequence, change how it's shaped. So for a human brain to look at billions of protein structures and understand which ones are stable, which ones are not, understanding why, is close to impossible. It's done in a second with machine learning. So when we teach our computer what stable enzymes look like, and then apply it to the enzymes that we want to make stable, it goes a lot faster.
Fantastic, thank you. Next, Purushottam, tell us about yourself. Where do you come from, what do you do, and how do your activities fit into this beautiful picture?
Yeah, thank you, Vladimir. Yeah, you can call me Puru. Too long a name even by Indian standards.
Good.
I live in Mumbai, and I joined World Economic Forum 5 years back. And we have this center called Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution, mainly looking at how emerging technologies like AI, IoT, blockchain will really transform some of the core sectors, especially in India. And maybe I'll talk about something which we did, especially in the context of agriculture, and I'll try to relate to SDGs as well. As you would know, we represent almost like 17% of the global population. 50% of this population is associated with agriculture. And almost like 85% of this 50% is small holding farmers. So we're talking about like almost like a 500 million population here. They are owning on the average around 1.5 acre of land, which pretty much creates a big challenge both in terms of adoption of technologies or even sustaining themselves. Just to give you maybe 2 or 3 context, the small holding farmers, almost most of them don't really have access to finance, which would mean like they will have to go to middlemen, brokers, borrowing at almost like 28 to 30% rate of interest. And possibly here in this room, everybody would know like there is no business which can sustain at these kind of rate of interest. So one of the job that we were looking at is that how do we really enable farmers for enabling finance and insurance for buying seeds or fertilizers or pesticides and sustain themselves, picking up the data and then using AI and creating their cash book so that banks can give them more organized finance. The second big issue which we were facing is that most of these farmers are dependent on so much conventional wisdom, which they have been using it for so many years. Possibly they are a business person who takes the highest amount of risk, but possibly gets the lowest amount of returns. They don't really know what the soil health condition is. They don't really know the weather. They are not aware of the market situation, as in when the produce will come, what price they will hit. And most of the time, they are on the wrong side. So how do we really enable these farmers to kind of make some of the maybe AI-based analysis, which they can, when do you seed, which variety of the seed that you should be picking up, when do you really apply water, when do you apply pesticides. It's like all kind of decision cycles that they do it on the farm is pretty much right now based on convention. How do we convert them into more data-based sciences? And as soon as they harvest, the problem there is that the wastage because of the infrastructure post-harvest is pretty lacking. Almost starting from 15 to 20%, which is in the case of grains. In case of horticulture or vegetables, etc., it goes up to 40% wastage. And pretty much it's so difficult to connect, like I'm talking of now 500 million, to connect with the market and getting the best prices. So this was the situation that we were dealing with when we looked at, and I'm going to give you one example of, like, to your question, Vladimir, on how AI gets applied. We looked at a small district of around 55,000 villages, and we started this pilot of like, let's get a look at the whole value chain and the problems and look for AI. So we use 4 use cases. One was how do you use AI for creating digital quality reports, which can become the baseline between the seller and the buyer. So government was also an enabler here. The second use case was picking up the soil and using AI for creating a soil health report for these farmers, which could be used for providing better advisories for fertilizers, pesticides. And the third one, which was that how do you create a market connect platform to connect the farmers and the buyers. Now, we are through 2 years into this project, and a farmer family usually runs $120 a month. That's the kind of a number that we have there. They could increase the income or profit by almost like 37%. So $120 per month is like when we calculated, this is where it is. The yield went up by 21%, and the use of fertilizer and pesticides came down by 9%. That's the kind of a real life scenario which we have. The report is pretty much live. And when we looked at this whole thing, now we are looking at scaling it to all the states. And not only just this project is called AI for Agriculture Innovation. Pretty much now 2.5 years in action. We are working with various other countries to see how can we really scale these learnings.
Okay. Big country, big problems. So when you have 1.4 billion people, you can guess that a lot of things there are to be solved. Since you have the connection with the startup ecosystem, can you give us, for the things that you mentioned, some of them are known to me, and I know that in the audience there are people who are close to that. Hopefully we will have questions in the end. But can you give us a few interesting examples of startups that are solving the issues that you mentioned? And did they make any money? Are they really successful, or they are just startups?
Yeah. So beside like being 1.4 billion people, it's one of the biggest startup nation as well. We have almost like 80,000 startups right now, and more than 1,000 are only operating in agriculture and agri-tech services. And it was difficult to really see them scale because most of them, when they were trying to roll out services towards the farmers, the bigger challenge has been the data part. Like how do you really enable data for land records, warehousing, soil health, weather, so that they can leverage the data and can roll out services to the farmers. So it's a kind of a journey that we have seen. Most of the startups have started with offering services as a B2B. So they were offering services to banks, insurance companies, or fertilizer companies and pesticide companies so that they can sustain themselves. But the real audience is farmers. So how do you really take information to the farmers has been one of our core areas to work on. For sure, beside the data, which is one of the very important lever which government has undertaken a big project and we are supporting them, is an agriculture data exchange or a national agri stack is what we are calling it, where you can visualize it in this way that all the critical data sets, we have identified 15 of them for the country, they will be made available through API. And any startup, even if like they have one of the most innovation services in fintech or insurance or advisory services on fertilizer, pesticide, or even like logistics services, they can really use this data and then can start offering services to the farmers. It's a journey. It cannot be like binary. We have seen few startups have become global, like one of them, Cropin, is an example, which is right now present in 103 countries. And they're not just offering services in India, but they're offering services across Brazil and US and everywhere else. Because finally, science can expand. The remote sensing doesn't change. The AI doesn't change. It's just a question of how do you apply it in a value chain and then look at reaching out to the farmers and find your revenue model.
Okay, now, Catherine, sorry, but just I have another question for Puru. He mentioned this when you say value chain. And what comes to my mind, India with such a big number of farmers, probably the biggest in the world, making networks and aggregation and cooperatives of farmers is probably the good way to go. I think, and digital technology gives you the possibility for that. Everybody has mobile phone today, and they can get connected somehow. I know that it's not an easy task, that transparency is the problem, lack of trust, and other things. Do you have any examples that might use blockchain or some technology that brings transparency and reliability to the whole system?
Yeah. So I think there are two layers of it. When we say technology or AI, it's in reality, it is a phygital world. Phygital would mean like a physical and a digital world. On a digital side, yes, I can talk about an example where we have around 40,000 farmers who grow turmeric in Meghalaya, which is a district pretty remote in India, northeastern district, and they produce world's best turmeric, and it's exported all globally. The problem that they were facing is that while they were producing the best turmeric, it gets mixed up with cheaper varieties by the traders, and then the value gets eroded. So farmers don't get the real value. It's mostly the marketers or people who are in the middle chain that are making money. So this state and we worked together and we looked at how do we make blockchain. At the time of quality, maybe checking in the beginning and packing, the QR codes were inserted and the blockchain technology was all made through so that even the last consumer who is picking up the packet can see where the quality is coming in from. That was the assurance that we saw. On the physical side, I would say that farmers don't trust technology so easily. It's such a big, like you can't tell that, okay, from AI you use this advisory and tomorrow you apply pesticide and you will be fine. So we had to use an intermediary layer, we call them agriculture extension officers. There are 200,000 of them who work with almost like 3-4 villages each. There are 750,000 villages, by the way. So for each village, 3 or 4 group of villages, there is one extension officer. And there are cooperatives who represent around 1,000 farmers each. Now, they are the real people whom the FPO farmer producer organization, a cooperative leader or extension officers are the real people who need to be enabled with AI. Farmer will build a trust. They already have trust in this ecosystem. So one is like delivering services through them, but also for AI, the most important part is the feedback. Like, okay, I give you advisory on pesticide or fertilizer, but when you apply it, what was the impact or happening on the crop? Did the cotton crop still fail? So you pick up the pest images or the crop images subsequently after the application, and then you look at building into AI algorithm and seeing, okay, how do you really change? So both, it's a loop which we need to build through the trusted systems on the ground.
Thank you. Fantastic examples. 200,000 extension services. Wow. Catherine, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. I don't know how to follow up such expertise. As you see, my title is quite long, but that's also because my age is quite long as well. But I wear multiple hats because I come from a diverse background, and we reminisced last night that my first professional international work was in Bangalore, India in the 80s, just to give you a sense of where I've come from, working on geography and environmental science. And previously, we have to remember that the Sustainable Development Goals, actually the precursors go back to Stockholm in '72 and to Rio in '92. So those were sort of my goals all along in the work that I've done. But I'm a recovered climate diplomat for Canada, who took environmental science and background, and then I moved to Switzerland where I really zoomed in on technical innovation. And I had the pleasure also of working with the EU's Climate Kick, which is the sister organization to EIT Food. And that's where we really focused in and zoomed on some of these SDGs. And I think I've basically covered all of the SDGs in my work. But the one that keeps popping up wherever I go, wherever I work, including right now at the EIT Food, which is the world's largest food innovation initiative, and with the WEF as a fellow, is 17 partnerships and collaborations. It's almost become a trope that we talk about collaboration, but how do you do it? And that's what fascinates me most, and also how do we finance the goals? And that's where the data innovation nexus happens for me. And I also think the S in sustainability and sustainable actually is about systems innovation and how we connect those dots. And we see that as very local and very contextualized. But I'd like to take a minute to talk about EIT Food, if I could. For those that don't know, the EU has set up these knowledge innovation communities, and every year or two it launches these innovation communities based on global challenges and EU challenges. And it started after the Euro crisis with energy, digital, and climate. And then we have food and health, etc. And the EIT food is the largest of those KICs. And it basically unites countries, universities, corporates, and organizations and startups to drive sustainable agriculture, food security, health, protein diversification across the board. And it does that through collaborative research, entrepreneurship programs, startup programs, and these EU grants for collaborative initiatives as well, which I think is really important because it's not just about the front-end innovation, it's also about how to shift the market and shift the finance and the data and the policies in order to enable those conditions to happen. And we basically support that systems innovation, and I have a few key initiatives that I just want to mention about biotech and AI in particular. So on biotech, we have education and training, knowledge dissemination, policy recommendations, consumer testing. We provide facilities, entrepreneurship programs, public-private partnerships, and basically that ecosystem coordination, number 17, which is, I think, essential. And we've allocated already just 13 million to diversified proteins as an example, and programs. And basically under those, I'll just mention 3 programs that we're contributing to or leading. We have a consumer observatory because we know that consumer elements are really key to shifting, especially on alternative proteins or diversified proteins. We have the AI Factory for Agri-Food, which is a collaboration with Microsoft and Danone. And we have a protein diversification think tank. But we also have an ecosystem of startups and organizations working on the whole value chain, on innovation, including on data and AI elements within that. What I think, though, the questions that I have about the work we're doing is some of the assumptions around data, availability, compatibility, and willingness to share. So what you were saying about data as the new harvest, really. So Farmer John or Farmer Joan in Australia is not going to want to share their data. And we have to think about the cost benefits of that and how we can incentivize that and bring that together. And then for me, my personal passion, I was running the Green Digital Finance Alliance, which came out of the Fourth Industrial Revolution dialogue. How do we use and leverage that data to show financial institutions, incumbent ones, that we can unlock the financing for Farmer Joan and John, as well as for the whole value chain to make this transition?
Yes, thank you. Like that song in English, but in New York, Canadian in Europe. You seem very passionate for European things. So you mentioned that your favorite is the 17. So it's about collaboration. But these things that you're doing are mostly EU oriented. How do you see those 17 are for the whole globe? And how do you see the effects and possibility to cooperate with other parts of the world?
I think there are 3 elements to that. One, our collaborations, partnerships are not ring-fenced by country boundaries or EU boundaries. So we actually have a lot of programs in the Balkans as well as internationally. We are collaborating with the World Economic Forum on its food innovation hubs. And also we have now new mechanisms under the Horizon program to enable Canadians, Swiss, others, other partners from around the world to collaborate with our organizations. On top of that, I think we are very active in all of the different committees and forums. So for example, I volunteer my time to work on the climate bonds initiative and some of the World Bank work. So I think the knowledge in our ecosystem is also working across the board to ensure that happens.
Okay, fantastic. So for the next round, I wanted to have a chat on global awareness of the sustainability issues and how do people perceive them and do they understand really that it is a problem. One example is we have the lithium mining issue in Serbia currently, and not into getting pro or contra. The point is that people don't understand the concept of sustainability, that everything, agriculture is polluting the environment. If you do deforestation to make, to plant the corn, and you use fertilizer, and you have the runoff into the soil, and it pollutes the water, and so on. So people perceive that it's like, that's something natural, and other things are not natural. And then when you ask, okay, what's in your mobile phone? It's a lithium battery. What, do you know where the lithium comes from? I don't care. It's not my problem. But it's the problem. Everybody has the same problem. So what I learned yesterday, because I'm electrical engineer and AI, doing AI for the last 20 years, yesterday I had a meeting with people who are from this community, Sustainable Development Goals and UN community. But what I learned is about the construction. So everywhere around the world, okay, in the United States, the wood is used quite a lot for the houses, in Canada, I guess, as well. But here, in Germany, in India, it's a brick, fire brick, that you take the earth, clay, and then you burn it in the oven to make a brick. And this is 5 times bigger emission of CO2 than concrete itself. So in Switzerland, most of the houses, private houses for living, are made of pure concrete. And this is like the same thing with cows emission that I mentioned. I traveled all around the world, I'm educated, but I didn't have a clue about that. So what do we need to have? Is it education? Is it information for people globally to get out of their hole and look around and understand that we have a common problem? If we are firing bricks because this is the way we do it, this doesn't mean that it's a good thing. We have to look around and to see what others are doing. So from your perspective, this is, I think, relevant for the artificial meat story. What do you see, how do people react to this? Do they understand that meat production is a global issue? And are they willing to accept this?
So it's a very interesting question, what people perceive and what people perceive as natural and as whole food, and without really knowing what did these products pass through from the farm until they reach the plate, is not as natural, as clean, and as pretty as it is perceived. But I will not take the time now to explain it. I think there are many things in our technological advancement that presented the decoupling from animal to technology. Insulin is one of them. We used to take it from pigs. We now make it at labs. Many other medicines, and there's a transition and there's a technological barrier to pass. Eventually, what we believe is that once these products will be as tasty, as cost, and as convenient and accessible as all the other products, that will be the main elements that will eventually impact consumers when they are making the choices. I think history shows that people react when it's right in front of you, and climate change and sustainability challenges are not in front of most of the population. So I think there's some still learning curve and barrier to pass, but I think it's our role. It's the role of this conference, it's the role of NGOs, it's the role of policymakers, for institutions and research centers to bridge this gap until consumers can take the lead, to advocate, to explain, to progress technology and research, because this is where we devote our professional life to, and I think it will be challenging to target that this will be the understanding of the majority of the population.
Sorry, if I may jump in, is it okay?
Please.
Yeah, I have to comment because I'm very emotional about the word natural. In fact, I hate the word natural, or I hate how people use the word natural. People have this perception that natural is always good. Newsflash, anthrax is natural. It's not good for you. Most drugs that people use that destroying people's lives are natural. So I really, really think it's our job, including everyone here, to educate people. Coming back to what you said, Vladimir, about education, what does it mean and what is actually good for you and for the planet, and upgrade our language. I think it's really a lot about language and how we define things. I think we have a lot of work to do there.
Catherine, you wanted to comment?
Do you want to go ahead?
Ladies
go ahead,
first.
please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, and I want to pick up on a few of those points too, because I think you gave a really good perspective of the contextual elements that is really essential to systemic change, because we have very different building materials, as you said, similarly with agriculture, food, and other products. And when we say people, it's such a big generalization. And I think there's a big difference between the sort of prescriptive approach and then the marketing approach as well as the information approach. So if, for example, have, for the building materials, at Climate Kick we had the building accelerator, and we worked with the cement companies in Switzerland. We had the products, the innovations are there, but it's the system, it's the manufacturers, the lobby group, in different countries have their tools fitted out for decades. So it requires huge infrastructure change for them. Even if the consumer is asking for different types of building material, the regulations are in place, the manufacturing, the cost, all of this is really in place. And I think that's what I was trying to say about systems innovation is find your entry point, whether it's a policy driver, then back it up with the communications and the marketing piece as well as the actual products. Because we know that front-end innovations exist. We have patents on shelves on the walls that are just sitting there ready for market uptake. But that market uptake has to involve that very contextualized, localized. Final example is, you mentioned I'm Canadian, but I also served in the US. Trying to sell anything as climate friendly in parts of the US is not going to happen. But if you talk about the health or the convenience, that's where the contextual element comes in.
Yeah, maybe I'll just add. Yeah. See, maybe coming from a developing world, but then I used to have a strong belief that no one, like everybody likes to talk about sustainability, but no one wants to pay for sustainability. Like who would say that, okay, I have produced this through all the sustainable practices, but then I will pay maybe 30% higher. No one wants to pay for it. And that's a reality, but not just in developing world. I don't even think that even in developed world, no one is willing to pay for the sustainability as a price. And that's the biggest issue. More than awareness, I'll give you 2 or 3 examples possibly relate. And I'm talking about farmers, like as India started developing the irrigation systems and taking the canal water and the water closer to the farms, slowly farmers started shifting from like more sustainable crops like millets to non-sustainable crops like maybe rice and sugarcane. And practically when you grow rice and sugarcane, you end up like exporting it to all the developed worlds, practically pulling out all the fresh water and sending it abroad. That was what was happening. Now, their business as economics justified that why should we take risk on millets when we don't know the pricing, and when we don't know who is going to be, what pricing is going to be bought for, or when will I deal with floods or kind of drought. So it's better to put paddy and at least get a committed price. Another example is that in case of cotton, we have a lot of pest infestation, the pink bollworm and other kind of infestation which happens because of weather and soil conditions. And farmers who possibly are owning only 1.5 acre land, their pesticide application is not really highly mechanical and using sciences. They pretty much like use pesticides pretty much manual. 98% of the pesticide does not even address the specimen. It goes into soil and water. And how would you just tell them, like, okay, fine, this is something which you are doing wrong, you are investing more money, you possibly are not able to still help your cause. So we had to bring in, obviously, use AI. They were uploading pest images, and we had to prove over a period of 3 crop seasons continuously that how an AI-based pesticide application may help you finally. Till the time they did not understand the economics behind it, it did not work. Maybe another example I'll tell you, and possibly many of you might have heard, the northern side of the country, which is like Punjab, Haryana, and some of these places which grow paddy as well as wheat, they burn the stubble. Stubble is like the last portion of the crop. When they cut it after harvesting, there are 2 options. You kind of take it out through agriculture machinery and then use it for your agriculture recycling products. That's pretty costly. Like per acre cost comes out almost like 1,500 rupees, so practically significant money for those farmers who are earning just $120 a month. So they started burning it. Now what happens is that it is just this whole smoke. In the month of October and November, Delhi is unlivable. And most of the people, many of the people like who we thought like would be enjoying in Delhi, they started moving to other cities. So such a big city is becoming unlivable. When the economics were like, we're trying to figure out like, would Delhi people pay more tax to be justifying to the farmers that they can invest in agriculture machinery? It never worked. Political policy or whatever, it never worked. So unless the economics justifies sustainability, it's very difficult to apply it in a real-time scenario. Other we should be willing to pay for it. But when will we be willing to pay for it?
Yes, let me tell you that we have the same sport here. We burn everything around the earth. It's not only reduced, cheaper, but the point is that microbiome of the soil is completely destroyed. So there is nothing after that. But we, even as an institute, we work for the ministry and together with UNDP, we developed the system for detection from the satellite and then to set the inspectors to make a fine for the farmers who were doing that. And then it turned out that the legal framework is not good enough because farmer said, it wasn't me, it was my neighbor, he hates me. So he set up the fire. Yeah. And you don't have the basis to prosecute him because there is no proof that it's him. Now we have enforced the change of law that says now, if your field is burning, you are the guilty one. We don't care. Find whoever it is, keep your eye on that. There is no excuse for you. So this is what, we have the same problems, global problems. Yeah. Catherine, you wanted to add something?
Exactly. I think that, I mean, it's a great start to this type of dialogue about, the carrot and stick, the incentivization of shifts and change anywhere on the value chain or the ecosystem and on that system's perspective. So we have the carrot, the sticks, and we saw that also in biofuels for shipping industry, that we had a sulfur cap, but the capacity to actually investigate and fine was impossible. So we came up with a technical solution. But again, who's going to pay for the technical solution, which is going to be more costly than actually just paying a fine? So that type of incentivization on the stick side. But now we have a plethora of different frameworks. We have Capitals Coalition, we have biodiversity credits coming down, we have carbon credits. So this is where I think we can actually start leveraging some of the incentivization, the data, where we can, to incentivize, to pay for those ecosystem services so that we can create that change. I know I'm speaking very generally, but this actually can happen, and we do see it happening at that very local regional level. And I think this is also where we're talking about AI. We also see the enabling capacities of technology. So I've worked in blockchain and AI for some time now as well. And when you see, for example, the methane reduction formulas, so every couple of weeks I see a new announcement about a new formula that's going to reduce methane at that industrial level. But those formulas are very biome specific. So now what we have is an MIT startup that's part of the EIT food community that is actually using AI to predict the biome, then to be able to say, actually, this formula is going to work the best and take that reduction from 5 or 10% to 30%. So I think, we have elements at every level that can provide the solutions. But again, it's very much comes down to what is the incentivization? Who is going to pay for this shift and the transformation? Because right now, that diagram you had, the the drone technology, the technological capacities for regenerative farming, or for even what you were mentioning about the farmers, the cost is on the shoulders of the farmer right now.
Yes, many countries are trying to solve that by incentivizing by subsidies. We see in Europe, it's huge budget for subsidies, but you have to have a strict control on that. For every euro, it's 700 billion euros budget, but you have to keep your eye on every euro. If you don't do that, it will go away. I wanted just to make a comment, another trivia for the cement and the lobbies and the factories. I was invited last week to talk, to be on the panel on the civil engineering conference. I don't have a clue about that. I built a house, but that doesn't qualify to be an expert on the topic. But from the point of sustainability, so I went through and I asked the colleagues who are knowledgeable in that. And it's interesting, again, the global problem. We said that growing population will be 10 billion soon, not in Europe. Europe is going down. So global south is going to make another billion people, most of that in Africa. But the point is that it will basically induce the building of 140 billion houses, million houses, sorry, 140 million houses. And if you convert that to the building materials, to cement that is needed from the factories, it's a ridiculous amount. But what is more interesting, in Africa, they don't have clinker, the critical component of the cement, very small amount of that. So it means that it's produced somewhere else and brought by ships who have the emission to come to Africa to be, I mean, it's a mess. How we are going to do that globally, it's very tricky question. So it's not simple at all. This is what I wanted to say. Another round that I think you have a lot to say about it, but from different angles. You are coming from the startup country. I mean, if there is a brilliant example for that, that's Israel. We are talking about the global things. And wherever I travel, they are talking about startups. We had, at our institute, we had one of the top scientists from MIT last week, and he was talking about the startup ecosystem in MIT, and that's really crazy. I mean, I was there a few months ago at the dinner, and they didn't tell jokes. They're just talking about startups, who invested where, and so biotech, it's completely out of control. But when I travel to some undeveloped countries, they are also talking about startups, and they have technoparks and this and that. But the point is that something that I learned in Israel, they have the saying, I learned that from Golan all the way to Red Sea, we are not afraid to fail. And this philosophy that exists requires that you have the environment and the society who is there to support you to be brave. Otherwise, if you are alone and there's no one to support you, that's the important point. Give us a glimpse from Israeli perspective and the startup community, and how do you think this model could be exported globally to India, for example?
Yeah, it's a good point. They're not afraid to fail because they realize most startups will fail. It's a fact. It's a fact. And yes, there are many startups across the field. I think, though, I have something to say about building an innovative ecosystem. I don't necessarily think that innovation is just can be done just by creating startups. I do think that there is room for innovation across the entire value chain, whether it's alternative proteins and other food tech fields, or even different climate innovations. I think one of the key understandings that we had from the alternative protein innovative ecosystem in Israel that can be applied elsewhere is that just entrepreneurs and even a risk-taking culture and maybe seed funding for growing startups is absolutely not enough to ensure that these startups actually continue, because startups need so much more, not only just the seed money, the rounds of A and B and C. They need the public funding to de-risk the investment of the private sector. They need collaboration with the local industry. So there needs to be local industry. They need collaboration with the academia. So there needs to be relevant research conducted in the academia. They need talented workforce to grow and to recruit people. So there need to be training programs in the relevant disciplines and fields. They need level playing field and regulatory frameworks for them to really be able to test their technology, do proof of concept, create pilot, scale up. And even if they don't plan to scale completely in their country, which is probably the case for Israel because it's a very, very small market, they need to have those pathways and collaborations with other countries and bilateral agreements and trade agreements so that they can grow elsewhere. And it doesn't mean that the government doesn't gain anything from that, because there's an IP created and the trade in IP and a lot of societal and economic benefit that still remain. So by creating a startup nation, you really must look at the entire value chain of production and making sure that you address each and every part of that, because then you'll just have venture creation and determination.
Great. They're just giving me the sign that we don't have as much time as I thought, so the clock is lying, but nevertheless. Karim, are you afraid to fail as a startup? Or were you afraid to fail? How did you get there?
Yeah, I mean, in order to start a company, you need to have two things. You need to lack a complete sense of reality and not be afraid to fail. And you have to be a little bit nuts. And I am both of those things. So yes, no, I'm not afraid to fail.
You tick all the boxes.
I tick all the boxes.
By the way, when I said most startups will fail, excluding you.
Yeah.
I didn't say
everyone else but my one. Oh, we're not a startup anymore. We're a growth company now. So it's okay. But I can say something about, the infrastructure and everything you said, I totally agree, but there's another aspect to it. And I believe that in order for innovation to happen, in order for somebody to be brave enough to take a leap and start a company, or in any other way that you want to realize your idea, you need to enable individuals. It's about what comes down to the specific person that feels that they have the possibility and the right, culturally, economically, everything to actually do that. And we need to work harder on that as well, I think, because Sweden is also actually a startup nation. Sweden has a lot of, I'm only half Swedish, so I can brag about Sweden. It's okay. So we have social security, and we have, for example, scientists employed at university by law own their own inventions. It doesn't belong to the university, even if they pay your salary. So these are factors that I could really helped my startup when this was a decade ago, but anyway, helped us to take that leap, because we could patent it, it's ours. We felt that, okay, if we fail, we are likely to fail at that point, not now. Then we will find something else to do, and that's okay. I mean, my kids will still be fine. I can still put food on their table. Those are important factors.
Great. This is why I wanted to hear this, because it's a global thing, and those are all good recipes for sustainable. We are talking about sustainability, sustainable startup ecosystems. So, could you give me in 2 sentences? Nemanja is going to kill me. What is the Indian case?
Now, while India may have 100+ unicorns and a significant number still coming up, we still have, I think, significant advantage is on account of data. because India possibly is one of the most data-rich and data-enabled country, in spite of like we having a low per capita GDP. We all of us have a biometric-based authentication, which many of the developed countries may not have. We have the most digitally enabled financial ecosystem and taxation ecosystem as well. So that is generating so much of data. It will be possibly kind of a tragedy in case we lose this whole advantage and we let those big sevens capture all the value and then make another few $1 trillion of countries like India. So that's something which most of the governance structures are looking at, that how do we really enable startup ecosystem by enabling data. The second is like we certainly lack, and we would like to we are trying to learn from even Israel on how do you really create those co-innovation ecosystems as well as some kind of a validation, because the challenge to roll out services for health or for agriculture or for urban is that how do you validate some of these startup solutions before you roll out on mass scale? Because whether we talk of education, whether we talk of health, we almost like by any standards, we will be 1/10 of how much we need. So technology is the only way we can fill this gap. So both sides, both on the power for technology to serve our citizens in terms of cost of delivery, and then certainly somehow capture this whole value erosion which is happening only in the hands of some of the data-rich companies who have all the resources to ensure that the value, in relative terms, moving ahead, we should not become poorer. That's the danger, right? Because if all the value shifting happens of the AI capture happens in few countries, we'll end up becoming poorer in that context. So how do we ensure that the assets that we have are able to we are able to leverage through startup ecosystem?
Thank you. Catherine, with your experience, you might have a comment on this.
Just a quick comment, I hope. Rather than talking only about startups, let's talk about entrepreneurship and the market and the fact that we can shift both. So entrepreneurs are everywhere, in every institution, in every organization. We need to embolden them also to step up. And startups, we have to go beyond the notion of unicorns and those investment rounds. We also have to work with the investors to take longer term, different types of risks in their investments. I'd like to see an ROI, meaning return on impact. And that's what I think institutions like the EU's EIT Food can do. We're working with, I think, all of you in every country, and we've even had a mission to India. And it's that type of collaboration, that type of systemic capacity where we can not only create the entrepreneurs and the startups, but shift the market so that it actually also shifts the consumer, and the entire ecosystem is what's really needed.
Yes, that's great. We have to think of the sustainability of the startup ecosystem. So I will have one trick question for the end, but before that, I want to ask the audience if there is any comment or question or something. Please.
How much time do we have left?
You should start. The clock is ticking. Yeah.
I mean, it's a great question. We should probably discuss it outside afterwards. But, I mean, can you fill those mines with something made from CO2 to remove CO2 from the air?
Yeah. Yeah. This is about landscape restoration, really, and what we can do. And I think that's very local and contextual, and it's a huge question around circularity and also reconstruction. So if we're displacing an industry, we have to think about what's going to replace it as well in a sustainable way.
Any other questions? No. So we this panel was on sustainability and about the future, where we're going. But since the whole event is called AI for Life, I want 1 or 2 sentences from each of you. What do you think? What is the future? Will it be okay? Will it use it in a good way and everybody will be happy, or it's going to replace us in 20, 30 years' time?
It's a last comment. We have to be optimistic. I would just say one thing, because I think we heard the entire day about the power of AI in accelerating development and price parity and everything in medicine, and it's the same for food throughout the entire value chain. I'm not an expert in AI. We keep saying that there is potential to incorporate AI into this and this and this. What I think is that the AI experts need to come and get involved in those industries that are in their early stages, where companies start to generate data, and before this data becomes completely standardized, and needs to create those standards of how to capture data, what to do with it, so that we can generate out of it something that is good for all. Just earlier this year, the Bezos Earth Fund published a challenge of $100 billion for AI solutions with 3 topics. Sustainable proteins were one of them. We need more Bezos funds like that.
Great, so you're optimist. Next one.
I already told you I'm a little bit nuts and have no reality sense, so I don't know if you trust me, but I think we'll be okay.
Okay.
No, I mean, I'm looking at what we had to do 10 years ago when we started Enginzyme, and what I would do now if we had these tools. And I sort of come to a first conclusion is, right now, tools are available to small teams that were only available to large corporations, thanks to artificial intelligence and all the systems around that, how to process a lot of data, how to limit your test set and do things for less money and do it faster. These are all keys to success of making sustainable technology reaching the world. So yes, I am optimistic, and I think this is a way to also enable entrepreneurs from all parts of the world, not only the ones that are fortunate enough to be in the rich parts. Yes.
Great to hear from the people who is in enzyme world, where AI can synthesize enzymes. I wouldn't be so optimistic on that. So, Puru, your view, 1 sentence.
No, certainly I will be positive, but it's also a question for maybe a poll here. But one thing I can assure is that the room will be half divided.
Okay. Catherine?
I'm an optimist, clearly, but I think we also need to learn from the cross-sectoral experience of the last decade, in particular with the emergence of technology, the convergence of technology, because there's going to be invisible impacts that not even AI can predict what the impacts of AI are going to be. So we need to just proceed with caution and learn from everything from the data management across carbon markets, across all of our blockchain dialogues. There's so much that has been done in other sectors, but that's actually the beauty of it. There's a convening power around AI. We have a conference here that's talking about health and food and nutrition. That type of convening is really important in this dialogue.
Great. I must say in the end that I'm not that optimistic, but I'm optimistic about this panel that, since not many people left, that you enjoyed this at least as much as I did, because it was quite informal and interesting discussion without strict rules and topics. So I would like to thank the panelists for this that we jointly made, and hope to see you on some other panel with a similar topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.